Well, good morning. Once again, pleasure to have you here at the Junior Swine Show at the North American International Livestock Exposition. We're pleased and proud to have you back this year, and if you're first-timers, welcome. Our judge for showmanship this year is Mr. Grant Grebner. Grant's from Washburn, Illinois, is a teaching chair and professor of agriculture at Illinois Central College. ICC is a community college located in East Peoria, Illinois, and there he teaches animal science courses and coaches the livestock judging team. He also helps his family with 700 acres of crops and 60 head of Charolais Angus crossbred cows. Grant is a graduate of Black Hawk East at Kewanee, Illinois, where he was a member of the National Championship Livestock Judging Team and won high honors at the National Barra Show in Austin, Minnesota. He received both his bachelor's and master's degrees in animal science from the University of Illinois, where he was also on the livestock judging team and the National Champion Meat Animal Evaluation Team. Grant has judged shows in 24 states, ranging from county fairs to national shows, including Denver, Houston, Oklahoma City, and, of course, Louisville. He has served in the judging contest committee here at Louisville and at the National Barra Show, and was a charter member of the Youth Advisory Board for the National Junior Swine Association. Grant and his wife Susan are proud parents of 11-year-old Colin and 6-year-old daughter Sophia. We take a lot of pride in picking judges that understand it's not just a pig show, but a kid show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please welcome back this morning Mr. Grant Grebner, our judge. We need Class B as in boy, to the makeup ring, please. Class B as in boy, to the makeup ring.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, certainly a pleasure to come back and work through these 9 classes that we have through 2 different divisions here this morning and then get you on to the actual hog show later on in the morning. Again, an excellent start to your morning out here in this particular drive in the first division. A lot of talent out here. Again, I maybe work these kids as we get into these older groups just a notch harder and not necessarily trying to make them make a mistake, but just to see how they handle some situations. And it doesn't matter if it was last night or today. The things I'm looking for are, again, the people that really work as one with their hog, really the ones that I notice the least in terms of always being able to have their hogs in the right position. A couple of times out here, as I try to sort through what I think are maybe the top 4 or 5, I maybe had a couple young people cross over me when I went to look at their hogs specifically, and that maybe is going to be a determining factor about why a couple that have some really strong drives may not make the finals. One thing I'd like to say is as we get a little bit, we've got a lot of talent in this age group, and there's no question about it. A couple people maybe seem to be a little bit far away from their hog. A couple people maybe want to be the other extreme, and again, a little more exaggerated in their posture. Again, so it's just my personal preference about things that I like, but I've got 3 and was going to be 4, but we had an issue with the crossing over here in a couple of times for me. But I will take 3 young people out of this particular division to make the finals in no order. Young man in the striped polo shirt right here. Young gentleman in the solid blue that came in early. And young lady in the pink in the middle. Those 3 will make the finals. Let's give all of them a nice round of applause as they do head back. The 3 that made the finals, you're welcome to send your hogs back, and then we'll come back and redrive.
We need Class C to the makeup ring, please. Class C as in cat to the makeup ring, please. We've been asked several times about how show order for the market hogs will be, and that will be alphabetical order. Alphabetical order will show Berks, Chesters, Durocks, Hamps, Landrace, Poland Spots, and Yorks. Alphabetical order is the order we'll show the purebreds in, please. We need Class C to the makeup ring. C as in cat. We need you to the makeup ring.
Again, a really, really strong and competitive group. It's going to be a very challenging day to make these sorts, and it's a call that I have to make about how far down we can go in these classes, but not knowing how they're going to break out as we continue to go. I'm going to actually take 4 this time, and I realize that's going to be pretty crowded here when we get to the finals. But again, there's actually about 6 that I was considering, and not that initial drive is the most important, but man, you got one chance to make a first impression for me, and that means focus. That means doing like I asked last night. Give me a great view as you come out of a front view, then gently turn and drive that hog away from me and let me see the other side of that hog. And then in all honesty, a little bit of respect to your other competitors to get out of the way and let me evaluate their hogs and give everybody an equal chance. Now, that doesn't mean you all need to be out here the first one out, because I continue to try to drive as long as I can out here to, yet in the interest of time, not take 40 minutes per heat. Couple of things again as I work these a little bit harder here in the center of the ring, trying to get you to cross over in front of me, and a couple of, again, had that habit or it did that, and that unfortunately is going to take them out of a very competitive race in this particular heat. Again, a couple of people maybe get a notch far away from their hog, and they can't have control of their hog when they're a notch away, too far away. My biggest, and I don't want to say a complaint, my biggest concern is the overuse of the whip. Folks, particularly if you're showing a white hog, be very, very cautious of overusing the whip. And we have a couple of people out here that I think are very close to that in terms of the borderline, and we all want their heads up. I understand that. But when the hogs are going nice and you hit them in their front end, it just really ruins the drive for me to a point. So I'm going to be a little more critical of that as we go along, but yet we have some people here that have done an especially good job. I'm going to keep 4. Young lady with the speckled hog here, 516, will make the finals in no particular order. Young lady here in the solid blue in front of me. A young gentleman here in the orange plaid shirt, and the young lady in the purple, 467. Those 4 will make the finals. Again, excellent, excellent group. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, your finalist out of Class B, Division 3, Austin Moore, 361 from Albion, Indiana. Also 467, Jenna Siegel from Marion, Ohio. Entry 516, Leanne Trickle from Warren, Indiana. And 277, Hallie Landry, Jeanerette, Louisiana. Congratulations out of Class B. We're now showing Class C. Class C will be coming in next. We need Class D to the makeup ring. Please, Class D, as in dog, to the makeup ring. Remind everyone we will not take a break after showmanship. We'll go directly into the show. And remember, when you come in the show ring, we need those paint brands. Paint brands are available over by the office. If your numbers are not clear, repaint them for us, please. Repaint them so we can read them. We will go directly from showmanship into the Market Hog Show. No break.
Again, a very consistent group from beginning to end out here. A couple of things, again, maybe I haven't mentioned throughout last night or today. You know, I realize showmanship is right now this 10 or 8 or 10 minutes that we give you out here to drive, but really showmanship starts much before that back home in terms of hair preparation, you know, making that hog look as good as you possibly can, and that requires a lot of time and effort prior to coming to show when Warren announces that your class is headed to the ring. So again, that has maybe some influence on me in terms of hair presentation and work prior to the situation or prior to coming to class. But as a whole, I think this group does a nice job in terms of animals, getting them in the right spot. And again, my big caution is overusing of the whip. A couple of times out here in this particular group, we maybe used the whip a little bit harder than we should have, and a little bit more aggressively than when I would possibly like for my personal preference. Going to be a couple people that I take in this particular drive, and I guess I'm going to go ahead and go down and take 3. Young man in the pink plaid shirt here in front of me, or checkered shirt, is going to make the finals. Young gentleman right here in the orange plaid shirt is going to make the finals, and the young lady in the purple T-shirt over here, she's going to make the finals. Those 3, again, let's give everybody a nice round of applause as they do go back, and we'll send them back and work a couple more divisions.
Congratulations, your finalist out of Class C, Division 3, entry 309, Ashley Martin from Attica, Indiana. Also entry 101, Tate Coulter from Albany, Indiana. And 541, Coy Walker from Frankfort, Indiana. Congratulations. You guys will come back for the finals. We're ready to show for Class D. Class D will be next. We need Class E. Class E to the makeup ring, please. Class E. Good morning, LSU. Good morning.
Again, I know I'm going to have to drive these kids quite a bit longer maybe than I initially anticipated to be able to make the cut, because there's a lot of talent out here, and I applaud each and every one of you for taking part in this activity. You know, it sounds like a bit of a cliche in terms of, you know, you truly are all winners, but you are, because you know the amount of work and effort that it goes in to get this done and to get to this point. Again, some tough decisions that I've got to make. You know, there's 5, 6, 7 deep that you could probably go. Some very minor things that separate them from me. One young lady that's maybe not going to make the finals, I thought the hog just drove a little bit slow. You know, you need to be able to get that hog moving at a steady and consistent pace. And a time or two, I thought the hog maybe wanted to drive a notch slow. Again, a couple of times some people that I thought were maybe doing a nice job, and I tried to make you make a mistake, and at this point I guess I have to, because it is so competitive. There's about 2 or 3 of you that kind of crossed in front of me a time or two that did concern me as I got close to your hog. And again, a lot of it comes down to anticipation about, you know, and sometimes it's just luck, you know, in terms of figuring out what I'm going to be doing next, where you need to be in relationship, and anticipating being able to get in front of that hog and be in the proper position when you need to turn it the proper direction, you know, in terms of where I'm headed. So a lot of tough decisions to make. Again, a lot of you have done an excellent job. I've got to get here in my mind. I think, again, it's going to be a little crowded, but I'm going to go 4 deep in this particular drive. We'll have to certainly make another cut as we get into the finals, but in no particular order. Young lady here in the white vest will make the finals. Young man in the bright blue with the blue-butted gilt will make the finals. Young lady here in the bright color will make the finals, and there's one young man in the striped blue polo shirt here will make the finals as well. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause in this particular heat. Again, very, very tough, very challenging from top to bottom.
Congratulations, your finalists out of Class D. Entry 583, Mason Wright from Albany, Indiana. Entry 303, Justin McKay from Sunbury, Ohio. Entry 271, Skylar Knapp, Greenfield, Indiana. And entry 263, Leah Kimley from South Charleston, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now showing Class E. Class E is coming in the ring. Class E will be the final class in our Division III. So we will bring our finalists back after this class to show for a top 10. This is Class E, our final class in Division III. Again, we will bring back our finalists to show for top 10 in Division III.
I guess in my opinion, mine's the only one that counts, I suppose, for this morning at least. I thought probably the most consistent and most challenging group to sort through. I don't know, we look like we've got about 14 or 15 kids out here and a very, very consistent, very high-quality set. Couple people maybe that, in my opinion, maybe get lost in the crowd at a time or two, and the hog's not there where it needs to be, or the hog maybe has a chance, or when I happen to look, and it all comes down to chance, that if I happen to see it or if I don't happen to see it, can make or break you in this particular group. But there were a couple people, maybe the hogs got lost in the crowd just a notch more than I was hoping for. Again, at this age, it comes down to that anticipation and knowing how to avoid the crowd so you can be seen, yet not drive right underneath me, because that is, certainly not ideal as well in terms of how far the hogs are away from me. Again, I think a very, very consistent and high-quality set, wavering between 3 and 5, I guess, in terms of who I'm going to take in this particular group, but in no particular order. Young gentleman in the solid blue with the Duroc barrow, young gentleman with the multicolored shirt and the Hampshire barrow in the middle, and then I've got to find my young lady here with the target marked or black-headed barrow here in front of me. Those are the 3 I think that I'm going to take. We have a couple, again, that are on the borderline for me. But to make that call here, I think in terms of the consistency of drive, always having that hog clean, there's a couple that have some manure on them that I'd like you to be able to be observant of that and get that manure off the hog. And if that means you take the brush and wipe it on your pants, so be it. Take some sawdust or shavings and get that manure off. You've got that brush in your pocket for a reason, so I'd hoped you would use it. But again, a really, really good class. My congratulations to all of you. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back, and we'll redrive the top to make the top 10. Thank you.
Congratulations. Your finalist out of Class E is entry number 550, Casey Way from West Salem, Ohio. Entry 294, Brady Littlefield from Burr Oak, Michigan. And Adam Graddert, 181 from Geneseo, Illinois. Congratulations. We're now ready to show for the top 10 in Division 3. If you're a finalist, you should be in the makeup ring. If you're a finalist in those first classes of Division 3, we need you in the makeup ring, please. We're ready to show for top 10, Division 3.
For those that are coming back in the top 10, my ring crew's done, folks, okay? Ring crew's done. You're all on your own, big boys, big girls. Okay, everybody knows that. Ring crew is done. You guys all good with that? Everybody here that's made the holding pens, ring crew is done. You're all on your own.
If you're a finalist and you're not in the makeup ring, you should be. If you're a finalist in Division 3 and you're not in the makeup ring, you should be. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it outstanding group of showmen here, kids from all over the country competing in showmanship at the very highest level here to North American. I'd like to introduce them to you. Out of Class A, we have Peyton Waniger, Peyton Hines, and Drew Reed. Out of Class B, we have Austin Moore, Jenna Siegel, Leanne Dreckle, and Hallie Landry. Out of Class C, we have Ashley Martin and Tate Coulter. Also Coy Walker. Out of Class D, Mason Wright, Justin McKay, and Skylar Knapp, along with Lee Kimley. Out of Class E, Casey Way, Brady Littlefield, and Adam Graddert. Ladies and gentlemen, the best of the best. Please give these kids a nice round of applause. Made the finals. Reva Mitchell. Reva Mitchell, can you come to the announcer stand, please, ma'am?
Again, I do think my hardest decision is leaving 2, 4, 6, 7 very qualified showmen not to make the top 10 out here. And again, I know Warren has said that you truly are winners because you've gotten this far, and I want to echo those sentiments because it's been a very competitive division. You know, I know there's showmen out here that have done extremely well under me in some showmanship contests, have done very, very well in other showmanship contests. But for me today, as I worked through their individual drives and here in the semifinal heat, again, a couple of things in terms of consistency of speed, maybe a hog or two that wants to be a notch slow to drive, maybe a hog or two that needs to have some manure taken off of them with the brush. But again, I just think it's cutting very, very fine hairs between who makes and who doesn't make the finals. I know there's some disappointed young people out here, some very disappointed parents probably. And again, simply as I weigh the things today, the total package, I thought we had a really, really consistent and strong top 10. Let's show these 7 young people an excellent and well-deserved round of applause as they do go back and I redrive the top 10. Excellent, excellent group.
We're ready for Class A, Division 4 Showmanship. Class A is an apple. You to the makeup ring, please. A is an apple. A is in Alabama.
Again, I realize I probably take a little extra time here on Showmanship, but you know, it's interesting. I made the comment last night about letting your hogs rest as I visit with those people, and everybody did let their hogs rest, maybe to the point of being a notch too relaxed, but certainly when that last young man came out of the pens, everybody was ready to go, and I appreciate that. I asked them some pretty tough questions, and I was talking to Blaine as we started this division. I mean, I must be getting really old because these kids look older than Division III, but just the focus and the drive and the determination that these young people have, I think, is incredible. So my congratulations to all of you. You know, I'll tell you what question I asked them. I asked them some management questions in terms of feed and nutrition. I asked them, you know, I said, this is a terminal show. You're not going to get to take your hog home. I said, just out of curiosity, what's that hog worth? And I had some very interesting answers. I had one young person tell me, well, I hope he wins, and he's worth about $15,000. Good answer. I'm not judging the hog show. He might win. You never know. But a lot of people said, you know, from between $300, and I had some answers, you know, up about $2,000. So if we are marketing these hogs, those people that have those hogs worth that much, I would like to send a few hogs your way to market for me. But in all seriousness, they did a nice job, and that's a tough question at this age, you know. But we've got a lot of excellent showmen out here, so I had to try to use my judgment about what kind of question I could ask, and I'm not sure that helps separate them. But again, look at the composure, the maturity of these people, and you know, these kids just drive these hogs so good. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. We will go ahead and pin them 10 on up.
Congratulations, your results of Division III Showmanship. From Louisiana, Jeanerette, Louisiana, congratulations to Hallie Landry, wins Division III in Showmanship, entry number 309. In second place was Peyton Winiger from Waveland, Indiana, entry number 577. Third place was Casey Way from West Salem, Ohio, entry 550. Fourth was Leanne Thrickle from Warren, Indiana, entry 516. Fifth place was Mason Wright from Albany, Indiana. Sixth was Adam Graddert from Geneseo, Illinois. Seventh was Brady Littlefield from Burr Oak, Michigan. Eighth was Lee Kimley from South Charleston, Ohio. Ninth was Jenna Siegel from Marion, Ohio. And 10th was Austin Moore from Albion, Indiana. Congratulations. Once again, your winner in Division III, Hallie Landry, Jeanerette, Louisiana. Congratulations. We're now ready to start Division number 4. Division 4, Class A is entering the ring. We need B to the makeup ring. B, as in boy, to the makeup ring, please. Division 3, if you're top 10, we need you to the backdrop for pictures, please. If you're in the top 10 in showmanship in Division 3, we need you to the backdrop. The backdrop is on the other side of the Dairy Goat show ring. You'll see it. You'll see it. We need division, Class B. Class B as in boy to the makeup ring, please. If you were 5th place in Showmanship Division 3 and you're not at the backdrop, we need you. We need you over at the backdrop. If you were 5th place, and that is Mason Wright. Mason Wright, we need you over to take pictures. The other side of the dairy goat ring at the backdrop, please.
Interesting call for me out here in terms of going 2 or 3 or maybe 4 deep again. We moved up a division in age and certainly a lot of quality out here. There's 2 young people I think make this finals very, very easily in my mind, again, for the consistent, focused, slow, steady pace, really in position a great deal. The young lady in blue here in front of me is going to make the finals. The young lady with the Duroc Guild in the center, those 2 are going to make the finals. And then I have to make a call in my mind. Young lady in purple, you're working your butt off. You and the barrel are probably going to have a little talk when you get back to the pen. I mean, you had a really, really strong drive coming out. I appreciated your willingness not to fight him, just to let him rest. But again, it's a little bit of my call. I'm going to not have you make the finals, but you do an excellent job, and I applaud you for the job you did trying to calm him down when it was going south, okay? So good job. Again, those are the 2 I'm going to keep in this particular final. Again, I think they did the best job for me. My compliments to that one young lady, as I mentioned, but it is just a little bit of the luck of the draw. Let's give them all a round of applause as they do go back. We'll keep 2 in this particular division.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Your finalists in Class A of Division 4 Showmanship, 166, Hunter Frobos from Pemberville, Ohio. Also, Bridget Hallett from Genoa, Illinois. Entry 192 is also a finalist. Congratulations. We're now ready to show Class B. Class B is entering the ring. We need C. C as in cat to the makeup ring. C to the makeup ring. We're showing B now. Richard told me to announce that the weigh back is 15 pounds from your declared weight, over or under. 15 pounds from your declared weight. We will weigh back at least the top 5 in each class.
To no surprise, I guess, as we go into this next division, we're going to certainly get extremely competitive. Looks like we've got about 12 or 13 kids that have, like I said last night, it's not their first rodeo. They've been to a hog show or two, and I can tell, and I'm sure you can tell as well. We have 4 classes. I'm not sure how many we're going to have to follow in the other heats within this division, but I think we've got 4 or 5 or even 6 that are certainly deserving of another look. I guess that, again, that's my call, and it comes down to that initial drive, the consistency throughout the drive, where you are in relation to where everybody else is, and how I can see your hog. And for me, I guess I'm going to just pick 4 in this particular class. Nothing against the young men, but it's going to happen to be 4 young ladies in this particular drive. Young lady with the chromed up barrel here in front of me, the young lady with the target marked or black-headed barrel, the young lady in the green here in front of me, and the young lady with the vest in the corner. Those 4 are going to make the finals out here. Again, there's about 2 more that certainly are in contention. Young gentleman with the Duroc barrel, the young lady right here in front of me, are very, very close in my mind, but just got to make some small calls here in terms of what does and what doesn't make the finals. Great group of young people. Let's give them our appreciation with a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, your finalists out of Division 4 Class B are Macy Scott from Perry, Kansas, entry 461. Abby Taylor, 504 from Uniondale, Indiana. Paige Winiger from Waveland, Indiana, 576. And Carol Scott from Hamilton, Ohio, 460. Congratulations, 4 finalists out of Class B. We're now showing Class C. Class C is entering the ring. We need Class D to the makeup ring. Class D, as in dog, to the makeup ring, please. Folks, we've got a little bit of an issue with getting hogs unloaded over at Swift. We'll be 2 o'clock before we can unload. So our thinking is we're going to take a break after Showmanship. I told you wrong earlier. We'll probably, we're thinking starting at noon. Our plan is to start at noon with the Berkshires. We do show in alphabetical order. So when we conclude with Showmanship, we'll take that lunch break and we'll start back at noon with the Berkshires. It's all about getting the hogs unloaded at Swift, so we've got to have the capacity to get the trailers loaded and what we've got on the dock out here in terms of our capacity. So we think noon we will start.
Once again, to no surprise, a very strong heat out here, very, very competitive. I think between about 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 again in terms of, again, presentation, knowing where they need to be. I guess a couple of times, though, 2 things that maybe are going to keep a couple people from not making the finals that initially I thought would have a chance. Again, it's the use of that free hand, where that free hand is in relation to a couple of times I caught a young person putting their hand right there at the hip of that pig. And again, I don't think it's necessary as long as that pig is driving well, and that may be distracted from me just a notch. The one hog out here that's maybe not acting quite as good, the young man's had a pretty strong drive, but again, the hog's acting up, and I'm concerned about the amount or the frequency of the whip use for that particular hog, but certainly does a very strong job. For me, the 3 young people that are going to make the finals, again, in no particular order, young lady with the tricolored barrel here, the young lady in the yellow with the wide-belted hog, and the young lady in green in the middle with the Yorkshire appearing barrel. Those 3 will make the finals. Let's give all of them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your finalists in Class C, Division 4. Entry number 165, Hannah Frobos from Pemberville, Ohio. Also entry 386, Kylie North from Walcottville, Indiana. And entry 444, Megan Minch from Shirley, Indiana. Congratulations. We're now showing Class D. It's the final class of Division 4, Class D. After this, we will show for the top 10 in Division 4. If you're a finalist in Division 4, after this class, we'll need you back to the makeup ring to show for top 10.
We only had 3 last year, so.
If you're a finalist in Division 4, we need you in the makeup ring. If you're a finalist in Division 4, we need you back to the makeup ring, please.
Our final heat here in this particular age division, and again, I think a very, very strong one to finish up with. Again, I'm wavering between about 3 and 6, quite honestly, as we continue to drive these hogs. I think there's a couple of people that separate themselves that just really have done nothing wrong, always in position, always anticipating where I need to be, giving me that good 360-degree view of that hog. And I thought they had initially strong drives. They happen to be the 2 young gentlemen right here in front of me. They're going to certainly make the finals, the paisley shirt, the peach-colored shirt. Then I think, again, we get awfully close, and I am going to go ahead and keep a couple more. The young lady in the white in the center of the ring with the belted barrel will make the finals. I believe number 390. And then a 4th young man that I am going to keep that I initially did not have making the drive because of his posture when he came out, but yet I thought he's had an especially strong drive as it wore on. The young man here with the Poland barrel and the plaid shirt will make the finals as well. Let's give everyone a nice round of applause, and we'll give them a chance to, if you made the finals in this heat, bring your hogs down here, give you a chance to hydrate them. We'll send everybody else back again with a very, very nice round of applause as we finish up our last individual heat.
Congratulations, your finalists out of Class D, Division 4. Entry number 97, Mitchell Concannon from Albany, Indiana. Also, entry 172, Wyatt Garrett from Bethany, Illinois. Jessica Page, entry 390 from Richland, Georgia, is a finalist. And Austin Pischel from Sturgis, Michigan, entry 412, will come back. We're now showing for top 10 in Division 4. Top 10 in Division 4.
Again, just so everybody knows, ring crew, you're all done. Big boys, big girls, you're all on your own, okay?
If you're a finalist in Division 4, we need you back to the makeup ring. We're ready to show for top 10. If you're a finalist in Division 4 and you're not in the makeup ring, you should be. Ladies and gentlemen, Farm Credit demonstrates their commitment to the future of agriculture by sponsoring youth programs throughout the country every year, including the North American Junior Swine Show. So when you see folks from Farm Credit, tell them thank you. Thank you for sponsoring the Junior Show and all they do throughout the year in terms of sponsoring events in agriculture. Thank you, Farm Credit, Mid-America. Well, once again, if you've got folks at home that would like to watch the show, we're live streaming the Junior Swine Show here to North American now. So go on the internet and go to livestockexpo.org. Livestockexpo.org. Have them watch the show with us. Live streaming this year, first time. So let them enjoy the Hog Show from home. Livestockexpo.org. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our final division of showmanship here to North American, and anytime young people make the finals at an event, a major event like this one, they need to be recognized. And again, out of Division 4 Class A, we had Hunter Frobos and Bridget Hallett. Out of Class B, Macy Scott, Abby Taylor, Paige Weniger, and Carol Scott. Out of Class C, we had Hannah Frobos, Kylie North, Morgan Minch. Out of Class D, we had Mitchell Concannon, White Garrett, Jessica Page, and Austin Pischel. If you would, please put your hands together and congratulate these young people and have an outstanding day. Again, after Judge Grebner finishes his top 10 in this division, we will take a break. We apologize for the break, but we'll start back at 12 with the Berkshires and show the purebreds in order. We'll start back at 12 o'clock and start in alphabetical order: Berkshires, Chester, Duroc, Hamps, Landrace, Poland, Spots, and Yorks.
Well, Warren, I thought if you weren't starting till noon, that meant I had about 3 hours to finish this one, huh? 2 hours. I guess I'm on Illinois time. Anyway, I promise I won't take that long. Again, an awesome, awesome group of kids. Just like we've done before, I will go ahead and make a cut. I'm not even sure how many we have, but we will make the top 10. We'll have to dismiss just a couple. But before we do that, for some of you that might not be sticking around, or I want to publicly thank the crew out here, and I wish you would join me in thanking your ring crew out here for the wonderful job that they've done helping me, NSR, Team Purebred, the staff of Kentucky. We tend to have a relatively good time. Sometimes they give me a little bit of grief, but that's okay. Again, a great group of kids, a great group of people. This is really what it's all about. I'll redrive these and pen my top 10 in no particular order, and we will redrive those top 10. Excellent, excellent division. My congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Three young people remain. Unfortunately, we're going to send you back, but to make the finals, I think you need to be very, very proud of yourself because you've done a great job. Young lady, again, just some small things. As the hog came out of the pen, he was a little hesitant to drive. Young lady, I don't know if you saw or you think you dropped your whip there once. I did see it out of the corner of my eye. And young man, just that posture as you come out of that holding pen for me. Again, folks, you guys can drive hogs for me any day of the week. I've been very fortunate. The good Lord has blessed me a great deal, and we've got a great family back home that we've enjoyed this whole experience of showing livestock as well. I have two nieces and a nephew that have grown up showing hogs. My oldest niece won her division in showmanship twice at her Illinois State Fair, and then some other times she didn't even make the cut. And I know that can be, believe me, and she's got a little bit of a Grebner temper on her. She was pretty upset about that. But it all comes down to some very small things, some personal preferences. You know, my other niece, Christina, has done very, very well as well. She's been very fortunate and very successful showing livestock. That young lady was involved in a terrible automobile accident, you know, and is still trying to recover and will never regain where she was prior to that accident. Yet I know her involvement with showmanship and that determination, that drive, that work ethic has taken her farther than the doctors ever thought she would ever go. They said she'd never walk again, she'd never talk again, and she's doing both. So, you know, we got to keep things in perspective, folks. You know, you guys, I know we want to win, we want to be competitive, or we are competitive, we have that desire to win, and if we didn't, we wouldn't be out here. But let's just keep it all in perspective. You know, you guys are so far ahead of where some of your non-agricultural peers are. You may not think that right now when you're going back with a participation ribbon, but folks, you truly have done an outstanding job. So let's give these three a nice round of applause as I go back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Judge Grebner makes his final decisions here on this Division 4, I want to again thank him for the effort. Judging showmanship at an event like this where they're all really, really good is not very easy. And judging showmanship anytime is not very easy. And we at the North American part of our committee are very conscious of the fact that it's as much a kid's show as it is a swine show. So we're proud of having somebody with of the caliber of Grant Grebner that's very, very kid-friendly and gets the whole job done. If you would, our judge, Grant Grebner, give him a nice round of applause, please. We want to thank the Paul family for bringing us brownies and all kinds of candy. And we're not against anybody else that wants to do that either. Anytime, we will make a spot for it. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as we finish up here with our top 10, they'll need to get your picture. If you're top 10 in this division and the senior division, then we need pictures. If you were top 10 in senior division, that oldest Division 5 last night, or you're top 10 here, which you are, then we'll need you over at the backdrop to take pictures. Just you, not the pigs. Senior, Division 5 and Division 4, both.
Well, again, folks, this has not been easy at all. You know, this particular division, I do have some more questions left, so I'm probably going to put you guys on the microphone at a point here as we go on. I know I've got till noon, and I promise not to take that long. If I tell you to, I guess I'll start down, and I don't want to say at the bottom, but I'm going to start penning down 10 on up, and then as we get maybe to 4 or 5 or 6, and I'll make that decision about where I'm going to say, you know what, just put your hog in a pen. You guys aren't placed yet, and we'll work on those questions. I'm going to drive them just a little bit more. I mean, they've done a great job on their questions. Some may be a notch stronger than others, and that may have an influence on my placing simply because at this stage of the game, these folks need to know about their projects. I asked them some feeding questions. I asked them some carcass questions, and then I asked them, what's the strength and what's the weakness of your hog, and how does that affect how you drive that hog at me? Because again, showmanship is showing your hog off to the best of its ability, and I know we don't always agree. Believe me, I've judged enough hog shows, I've read Breeders' World. People don't always agree how I evaluate hogs, and that's fine. But in terms of knowing what you think is the strength of your hog and what's the weakness and how that may affect how you drive your hog, I think is very, very important. And I'm sure there's been a lot of coaching back in the back, and that's fine. But these kids certainly do a great job. So again, I'm going to work these. We'll pen up to a point, and then we'll probably work on some questions on the microphone here as we go. But give them all a great round of applause. Fantastic group of young people. Again, I'm going to do the same thing as last night. I've got my top 5 in no particular order, and folks, 6 through 10, I mean, you guys can flat drive hogs. There's no question about it. Again, just some subtle differences for me as I work through the individual heats and the semis and here into the finals that separate you. Top 5, just leave your pigs in the pen. Come on out as a group. I will hand you the microphone with it on. I'd like you to introduce yourself, where you're from. You can tell us your age, introduce your parents, boyfriend, girlfriend, brothers, sisters, whatever you want to do. Read your question out loud and then give us your answer. And again, it's not a public speaking contest. It's a chance for you folks to see that our future, I know, is very, very strong here with these young people. So again, you don't get any points for being first. Don't get any points taken away for being last. Just whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kylie North, and I'm from Wilkettville, Indiana. My parents are Mike and Cheryl North, and my brothers are Tanner and Brennan North. My question was, assume your county is cutting tax support of extension programs and 4-H may be discontinued. You're asked to defend the existence of the 4-H program at a county hearing. What would you say? What would I say? With that being cut, it's taking everything away from the children that do show in 4-H or do any project, like in the white building, they may sew or they may do arts and crafts. It's not fair. You have to let them take the responsibility that they're given when they do decide to do 4-H because it helps them in the long run. You learn dedication, you learn responsibility, you learn all kinds of things when you're in 4-H. And I just think that it's so unfair that they would try to take away any program like the one that we are involved in. Thank you.
Nice job. Just as a sidebar, you know, I'm from the state of Illinois. Not only do we do not have much to root about on the football field, we also have some extremely tight budget crunches in the state of Illinois. According to my wife, unfortunately, I just got elected chairman of our 4-H foundation in my home county because we are struggling with that exact issue. We are losing funding in the state of Illinois. We're losing staff, and we have to make sure that our future, those kids have the opportunity to experience what we have had as adults and what our current children have because, again, she did a great job. The life skills that you learn in 4-H, it goes so much more beyond the banners and the trophies, and I think that's something that we have to be able to talk about with people that control the purse strings. Okay, next.
Hi everybody, my name is Carol Scott. I'm from Hamilton, Ohio, and my parents are Tim and Carrie Scott. My question is, in the light of the adverse publicity that junior shows have received in the recent years, some people believe that all junior shows should be eliminated. What are your feelings about the elimination of all junior shows? I think everybody here, we don't really have a lot of positive things to say about eliminating shows, because this isn't only how we promote our pork industry, but the beef industry, the poultry industry. Everybody's a part of something, and that's how we're going to promote our livestock. And this is where we learn responsibility, and we find our character, and we can connect with our friends and family. So I don't really think that anybody would have anything positive to say about eliminating junior shows. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, last night I talked about 2% versus 98%. I realize we're preaching to the choir here, but the problem is the people that don't understand it have to be made aware of why we do what we do and explain what we do, or why we do what we do, because misinformation and lack of information will be the downfall of animal agriculture.
Hi everyone, I'm Austin Pischel from Sturgis, Michigan, and my parents are Chris and Tracy Pischel. My question was, some people say that the show ring has become too competitive and many exhibitors feel necessary to win at all costs. Is it ethical to do whatever it takes to win? Has the show ring become too competitive? Share your thoughts. I think that it is not ethical to win at all costs. We come here either every weekend, every show, and we bring the best of our barn, and we are all out here to get the handshake. I think that if you're doing unethical things to win, that doesn't truly make you the best hog here or the best showman here. I think that with that being said, I think that the show ring has not become too competitive, although there are people who do, unfortunately, do unethical things. I think that competitiveness is what drives this industry and what drives the world as a whole. And without competitiveness, we would not come out here every weekend with the same drive in our eyes that we do. And so, yeah. Thank you.
Good job. When kids get that question, lots of times I just take my foot and I draw a line. Okay? We like to get to that line. We cross that line and do something wrong, folks, we have done more damage than we can ever repair to our industry and most importantly to our youth. Believe me, I want to win. I'm very competitive. Just ask my judging team, just ask my children, just ask my wife. But we have to keep it in perspective, because if we cross that line, we're done. We're done as an industry. Again, we're a very small segment of the population informing a very large segment. We can get to that line and do everything in our powers to make ourselves more competitive, but if we cross that line, you have to understand, we are part of the food chain. If we put that product into the food chain that's something's been done unethically to that animal, that is a huge black eye for our entire industry. So folks, and I don't care if you're in the stands or in the pens or whatever, don't cross that line.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bridget Hallett from Genoa, Illinois. My parents, Jeff and Cheryl Hallett. My question, you are returning to your pens after completing the Showmanship contest, and an animal rights activist approaches you. How do you respond to their questions of animal care? So basically, these days, the public and media have different thoughts on what goes on, not only in the show industry, but in agriculture in general. So tell them why we do what we do. Explain how we do everything for the right of the animal. So, yeah, advocate.
Good. I think it's important that we are advocates for our industry. You know, this is a very hot topic, and you know, I tell the story a lot about. I have students in my animal science class that are nothing against pre-vet majors, but a lot of them are pre-vet majors because they like animals. Well, we go out on labs and we castrate pigs, we dock tails, we draw blood on sheep. We do a lot of things hands-on in my animal science class, and they don't, even those students that say, I want to be a vet because I like animals, don't understand why we do what we do. And I think it's important, you know, in this arena, if you will, in terms of what we do, that those animals have excellent care taken of them. And, you know, the big fight about gestation stalls, folks, we have to tell our story in agriculture about why we do what we do, and that it's not about animal abuse. And in all actuality, I don't see any HSUS people coming out to help me when we're calving at, you know, the middle of February and it's 35 below and we've got frozen water lines, and they're saying, well, all these animals need to be taken care of better. Well, folks, I'm doing the best I can because, yes, it is a business and we do try to make profit off of these animals. And then they say, well, then why do you have gestation stalls? Well, guess what? It's 35 below, the water lines are frozen outside, and those hogs are in a very nice, environmentally controlled environment. So again, we have to tell our story, okay?
Hi, I'm Abby Taylor, and I'm from Uniondale, Indiana. My parents are Mike and Tanika Taylor, and I have 3 sisters, Megan, Bailey, and Kayla. My question is, what has been your most rewarding 4-H or FFA experience? Well, I have a lot of experiences that have been rewarding, but I guess it started when I was little, and 4-H I've shown since I was like 4 or 5, and ever since then we've been improving and doing better and better. I think every year we get more knowledge and come back next year stronger. So it's been really rewarding having more responsibilities and doing better and knowing that your hard work paid off. With FFA, that's been rewarding to me lately because it's kind of just starting in my school. Last weekend we went to the National FFA Convention, and that's been really rewarding to me, giving me insight, meeting new people from all over the country and colleges all over the country, helping me have insight on what I want to do, and I'm wondering where I might want to go and what I want to do. So thank you.
Again, let's give all of them a nice round of applause. Guys, go ahead. You're welcome to go back to your pigs, put your questions in your pocket, or give them to your parents, whatever. Again, excellent public speaking ability, but most importantly, spokespeople for our industry. You know, I give a variety of questions that they might be faced as young adults and how they handle the situation. And again, it's important to me that I realize this is a showmanship contest, and that's really not part of it, but I'm pleased that these young people have the foresight and the knowledge and just the experiences that they've drawn off of to represent our industry in such a positive manner. Again, let's give all 10 a nice round of applause. We will redrive the top 5. I will shake their hands 5 through 1. Again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to work with your young people here. I promise I'm not going to take till noon. It has been a true pleasure. Thank you again to all the staff at North American and all the ring crew. Again, I hope our paths have the opportunity to cross again. God bless.
Thank you, Grant Grabner. You're special, my friend. You're special. We appreciate your time. We do. Congratulations. I think we're thinking Kylie North may have won this thing here in division number 4. Your winner, Kylie North from Walcottville, Indiana, entry 386 out of Class C. Congratulations to her. Second place is Abby Taylor from Uniondale, Indiana, entry 504, second. Reserve. Third place, Austin Pischel from Sturgis, Michigan, entry 412. Fourth place was Bridget Howlett from Genoa, Illinois. Fifth, Carol Scott, Hamilton, Ohio. Sixth, Wyatt Garrett from Bethany, Illinois. Seventh was Hannah Frobos, Pemberville, Ohio. Eighth was Paige Winiger, Waveland, Indiana. Ninth, Morgan Minch, Shirley, Indiana. And 10th, Macy Scott, Perry, Kansas. Once again, congratulations, Kylie North. You are our champion in Division 4. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be on a break till noon. We'll start back with the Berkshires at noon. Berkshires at noon. We do show in alphabetical order. We need pictures of those top 10 in Division 4 and 5. 4 and 5, top 10. We don't need the pigs. We just need you guys. We're at the backdrop over on the other side of the Dairy Goat show ring. If you're top 10 in Division 4 and 5, we need to take pictures, please. We're ready to get started back here and with the Market Hog Show. We're ready. First call, Berkshire's Class 1, please, to the makeup ring. Berkshire's Class 1, first call to the makeup ring. Want to remind everyone that please, no oil. The only thing we allow here to North American on the hogs is water. Is water, please. No other products. No oil, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Market Hog Show here at the North American. Our judge for this segment of the show is Mr. John Stouty from Stillwater, Oklahoma. He's a swine herdsman there at Oklahoma State University and a graduate of OSU in 2005, where he majored in animal science and ag ed. He was a member of that 2005 National Championship Livestock Judging Team and has judged numerous shows around the country, including last year's North American, the Summer Spectacular Barra Show, and the 2013-14 Yorkshire Summer Type Conference. He's married to Ashley, has daughters Candace and Anna. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back for his second year, John Stouty. Hey, in case anybody wants to see what a good pedigree looks Again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank Farm Credit for their generous sponsorship of this year's Junior Swine Show. Farm Credit is the nation's largest lender dedicated exclusively to agriculture and rural communities, serving every county in each of the 50 states. And we appreciate them very, very much. They sponsor the Junior Swine Show and a lot of the junior shows here at the North American. Thank you, Farm Credit. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a special guest here. I always, when you have folks that go out of their way and do things when they don't have to, is critically important. I have the chairman of the Animal and Food Science Department, University of Kentucky, right here behind me, Dr. Bob Harmon. He does a terrific job, and he just happens to kind of be retiring and moving over a little bit. And the new chairman is going to be Dr. Richard Coffey. So if you would, give both of them a nice round of applause. They do a great job, and thank you, sir. Dr. Harmon, thank you. And good luck, Richard. Remaining hogs are excused. Please give them a nice round of applause as they go out, if you would. The hogs will go directly out and into the area out there to be loaded out. So you won't go back to the pens. You go directly out towards the wash racks and into those pens out there.
Well, I'm really glad to be back here at the Nail again this year, and a whole lot healthier this year. And last year was a little rough on me, and I got back and I had pneumonia, found out, and I fought it for 2 months afterwards. But this year I'm healthy, and I'm ready to judge this thing and be 100% out here. And this is going to be an awesome show, I can tell. And it sounds like we got record numbers this year as well. And if anything, the quality that we're going to see in this show, if it shows from this first class of Berkshires, man, it's going to be fun for me to work through this whole show. I think we got an outstanding individual here to start the show off with to win the first class. The young man with a really powerfully made bear. He just excels the class as far as being opened up in his chest for. He's still tall-fronted. A big ribbed hog. You get on that hog and you study him out of his blades, and that dude has really bold in that rib cage when we just get in there and study him. Really massive down his top. He's got a good hip. He keeps him hock square. He takes a long stride. He flexes where he needs to flex, has the cushion where he needs to has the cushion, and he balances up and puts it all in a good package. Let's give that young man a good round of applause for a good class winner. The bear here in second is a very attractive bear. He's tall, really tall about his front end, really extended about his front end. A bear that's really good from the side profile. I like to change this hog just a little bit there in his hip structure. He rounds out of his hip. He gets his hind legs just up a little bit too much up underneath him, but he still stays square and true when he goes away from him. He still flexes that hawk. He's not as wide-chested, not as bold as the bear that wins this class, but he's still opened up enough. He's square and true from the top part of his blades all the way down to the ground when we study him. But another awful nice bear there in second. The bear coming out here in third is another one that's a very square-built hog, a one that's opened up in his chest for his big-bladed, big-ribbed, very square in his hip. He's probably got the best hip of the top three here as far as being level and square out of his pin set. I'd like to change him just a little on his hind leg. He likes to push that right hind leg out just a little bit there. If we can just square him up there just a little bit, that one could have been run up just a little higher and maybe make him just a nickel taller fronted. A bear right here ran up a few more holes the longer we drove him here. A bear that you got to appreciate whenever we get up on top of him, study his blade work, the rib shape, the muscle shape that he has, the thickness out of his hip. Then we study him whenever he takes a stride off his hind legs. He stays square, he's flexible. I just like to change him up to his front end, make him a little taller at the shoulder blade there, extend him up just a little bit, maybe freshen him in his chine there just ever so slightly, but an awful nice bear. As we go on down through here in the fifth hole, the bear coming out next, a bear that's got very fresh in his appearance, very fresh, has a very fresh top laid in him coming out of his blades there, a very thick, big square hip. We just got to change him off both ends. He gets a little straighter out of his shoulder blade, gets a little straighter in his hock as he goes. Once it hits the sawdust, just a little hard for me. The bear coming out next, a very beautiful profiling hog. Really gets out here as a smooth moving hog, a hog that has a good flex up through his front end. He's got good cushion to his angles. A hog that just gets a little plainer in his makeup, and whenever he comes at you, it just really just disappoints me whenever he comes at you. You just got to bust him up in them blades and them knees whenever he's studying when he come in there. A really good design, good flexible hog here that's got the right kind of structure like we like to see here. This one's got the right angles to his shoulder blades, really good hip, really good flexibility, a heavy structured hog that's got some length of body. We just got to have more muscle, more width, more rib to him. And as we roll on down through here, we got hogs with muscle and shape to him. This one here needs to be freshened up. He gets a little rounder out of his hip structure, really a stout made one. Another gilt here is really stylish, got a lot of shape and expression to her. Got a blender there in her ham loin. She gets a little harder in her body type as well. And as we roll on down here, we just got some hogs that need to be fixed a little bit structurally here and there, but really good taken care of, really good presented today. Let's give these young individuals a nice round of applause as we round out our first class of Berkshires.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Your results on class number 1, Berkshires. Your class winner is exhibited by Vade Dishman from Strong, Indiana. Entry 256. Vade Dishman wins class number 1 Berkshires. Second place, Brady Newhouse from Marion, Indiana, entry 766. Third place was Brody Voigt from Tip City, Ohio, 1076. Fourth was Hannah Stahl from Brownstown, Indiana, entry 990. Fifth place, Olivia Myers from Albany, Indiana, entry 760. Sixth place was Skylar Knapp from Greenfield, Indiana. Seventh, Riley Lanham from Flora, Indiana. Eighth place, Stacy O'Connor from Valparaiso, Indiana. Ninth was Kendall Lenhard from Fortville, Indiana. And 10th place was Mitchell Concannon from Albany, Indiana. We're now showing Class 2 Berkshires. Again, we have programs here at the back behind the announcer's stand if you want one. They weigh from 259 to 275. This is the second class of Berkshires. As we leave the ring, everyone, we go directly out the corner there by the scales and out to the deal. So if you could, when we're releasing the class, if you just hold up going through there until we get them all out, make it a lot easier on everyone. So as we release the class, we're going directly outside towards the wash racks there. We need you to kind of hold up and so we get them all out and so we don't have them scattered all over the barn. Or remind everyone that Steve Mapes is set up down here where we were checking in. He's set up down there with a green backdrop. Now, if you want pictures, you need to do it before you get to the class or before you get through the deal. If you go take a picture, you got to bring them right back and put them on the trailer. They do not go back to the pens. So you got the best of the best. Steve Mapes here to take photographs. We encourage you to take advantage of that opportunity. Again, if you need a picture, you can run them back there and then run them directly back out to the loading dock outside. I want to remind everyone again, if you got folks at home that's interested in watching the show, we're streaming it for the first time live on livestockexpo.org. livestockexpo.org. Go to the internet and livestockexpo.org. Get your family to check out the show from home. First time we've done this. Very pleased to have those folks here. The rest of the pen is excused. Please, a nice round of applause as they go out, if you would, please.
Well, here in the second class of Berkshires, up here in the top three, it's very close, but I still think we got a winner that combines the other two together and puts it together in a very nice package. Young lady's Guilt out here that kind of holding her head just a little sideways today. Might have got a little water in her ear, but this is the balanced one, the most correct in her structure, her angles, her flexibility. She's not the heaviest muscles, she's not the heaviest bones, she's not the widest one, but she's the most complete one, in my opinion, and she's outstanding as far as her length of body, her rib shape, or just her balance, and the way she puts things together. That one there, I think, is a pretty unique individual and combines a lot of things together for a Berkshire breed here. The one hog in class, he's the heaviest boned, he's the widest chested, the biggest bladed, really a thick top, big square hip blade in him. A hog that's just truly massive in his chest width when he comes at you. He's really big legged, and when you get in and study his circumference of bone in his back leg there. But for me to get this hog up any higher, I mean, we got to change him in his shoulder blade. He gets too forward in his shoulder blade. He likes to come in just a nickel right there in his knee. He gets a little more restricted in his movement. When he gets out and strolls here, he's not just gliding across the wood chips here for us today, but a true massive one here in his own right as far as power, and he still has a good look to him from the side. It was interesting to see between them two to see what we're going to do with this third place bear and that second place bear, because here's the exact opposite of the spectrum that combines these two together to make their class winner to me. Because here's the more structurally correct hog that's got more, because he has a better angle to his shoulder blade. He's a little more fluid in his movement. He has more flexibility to him. He's just easier moving out here. He just, whenever I study him down his top line, he's just not fresh enough down his top. When we get up on top of him and study the muscle he has down there, the chine's coming up in him just a little bit, but really an outstanding big hip, good hind-legged bear that's really a heavy structured hog. Just got to have a more shape to his top, more freshness to him when we get up on top of him. The bear coming out next, one that I kind of lost for a little bit and moved and worked up here. He just doesn't want to show himself off real good, but this one, whenever we get him out, we get him walking out here in the center of the ring. This bear really combines a lot of things as far as a good, complete, balanced hog from the side profile that has good structure, good angles to him. A bear that's got enough shape and thickness down his top and thickness out of his hip. He just gets a little narrow tracking whenever he comes at you. Need to bust him open, give him a little more curvature to his rib. But a nice hog right here to place into fourth place. It is kind of a good, complete kind of a bear there the young lady is driving. Good job, young lady. The next bear coming out next, a bear that's got a little more robustness about his skeleton and his curvature to his rib and his blade. A bear that gets a little straighter up through his front end there, gets a little rounder in his hip structure, but a nice bear as far as the meat characteristics as he has, the thickness down his top, the squareness out of his hip, and still has a good square hip or hind leg in him when he goes away from us. The bear coming out next, the young lady here is driving, is I like the length of body, the extension that this bear has, the length of hip that he has, the length of stride when he gets out here and goes. He gets a little narrow whenever he comes at you, gets a little plainer in his top shape and his muscle. He just needs to be freshened up down there. The bear coming out next, the young man, I kind of moved him up. A bear that's really got a good structure to him. He's a heavy structured hog. He needs to be a little taller fronted and get his head up just a little bit to us. He gets a little plainer down his top, but just a good made, good built, good body type of hog that's got a nice kind of muscle to him. We just got to give him more shape and make him taller fronted. As we roll on down through here, we've got some hogs here. We got a bear here with a big blade, or a long-bodied hog with a big hip. He needs to fix down his top line for me today. And as we go on down through here, we just go kind of let him out here, guys. Another big body kind of a hog coming out next here in 9. It's a little rounder in his hip structure, gets his hind legs up underneath him. So the same thing goes with the bear here at 10. Gets a little forward in his shoulder blade. He's got a sore front end there. The bear there in 11, a bear that's really loose in his structure. He runs downhill just a little bit and needs more shape. And I really like the Guilt here in 12. And we just got to change her as she moves off them hind legs. She's just getting more restricted the longer we go. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Excellent class of Berkshires.
Ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for these kids remaining in the ring as they go out. Reason we're marking those hogs as they go out is that we saved some hogs for the livestock judging contest for next week, and we hold them over for a week back here. And so if you see Kevin or Brian marking them on the rump, we're saving those hogs and trying to get classes for the senior college 4-H and junior college contest. I'm not sure if I ever announced the second class. Did I do the second class? I may be playing with somebody's grandbaby back here. Excuse me for getting behind. Your class winner in Class 2 Berkshires was Leanne Treckle from Warren, Indiana. Gilt weighed 274. Her number was 1045. Lori Newhouse was second in Class number 2. Third place was Zachary Klein from Allenton, Michigan. Fourth, Carly Rice from Crawfordsville, Indiana, 5th place. Morgan Pearson from Mooresville, Indiana, 6th. Was Riley Lanham from Flora, Indiana. 7th was Bo Middleton, Kankakee, Illinois. 8th was Allison McCullough from Clifton, Illinois. 9th was Lauren Thomas from Brazil, Indiana. And 10th was Ethan Fields from Brookston, Indiana. Congratulations, Leanne Treckle. Warren, Indiana wins Class 2 Berkshires. This is Class 3. Class 3 Berkshires is in the ring now. If you were first or second in Classes 1 and 2, we need you back to the makeup ring, please. Time to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO here at the fairgrounds is Mr. Rip Ripito, and just to show you right here by my side, doing a great job. This man, when he was a kid, is an Okie, and guess what hogs bears he showed? Berkshire hogs. Ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause. It's a wonderful place, hard job. He does it, Mr. Rip Ripito.
Well, here in the last class of Berkshires here, a very deep class, all the way down here in 6-hole and on down through there. A very, very competitive class here, and I've got my top 2 out here, and I'm just going to talk them a little bit, and then I'll tell you how I'm going to play some. The young lady here with this Berkshire bear, she does an outstanding job of getting this bear showed. Really got his head up there where you like to see it, presenting this hog just leveling out and just walking out smooth, really easy in his joints and angles. Has really a tall fronted hog that sits back in his knee there and his shoulder blade there, super level and big and square in his hip, and he takes a long flexible stride and has good cushion to his hock structure and his pastern. A bear, when you get up on top of him, he's massive, he's wide, he's got a good curvature to his rib, the right kind of condition on a hog, in my opinion, and he's still extended. He's long bodied, he's extended up through his front end. When he comes at you, he's bold, he's wide. He may need to be just a little squarer in his knee when you study him all the way down to from the top part of his blade down to the ground, but that's very nitpicky and an awful, awful good bear there. The young man driving this gilt here, to me, this is kind of just a natural gilt. He didn't really get her head up or show her with her head up or anything. She just kind of naturally out here walking, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is how hogs are supposed to look. If you go in the pen at the farms and stuff, that's how they walk around in the pen. And whenever you analyze this gilt, she's a heavy structured, stout made, loose made gilt that's got good angles to her shoulder blade. She's wider and square whenever she comes at you. Really expressive down her top and got a good turn to her top, really fresh in her top. A gilt that's very square in her hip, very square in her hind leg structure. She takes a long, flexible stride. A gilt that don't look as tall-fronted as this bear over here that's getting his head worked on and getting his head up. But she's still tall at her point of her shoulder. If we get it work on her head and getting it up in the air, she'll look taller fronted. But you study at the top part of her shoulder blade there, she's still tall fronted. A gilt that if I'd like to change her is maybe right there in her rump structure, maybe lengthen it and level it just ever so slightly. But very, very nitpicky on an awful, awful good gilt as well. So you got your show pig over here, and then you got a natural kind of made gilt over here. What's going to sort it for me is there's one that's just a little bolder in the rib shape, a little more bolder when you get up on top of it. Not quite as square in the knee. The young lady's bear is going to win the class. The young man's gilt here is going to be a very, very close second. Let's give them both a nice round of applause. Good job, young man. The gilt coming out next is another gilt that's an outstanding gilt. And like I said, these top 6 were very close. Just little things are going to separate them from me. A gilt I look how tall fronted she is. She's extended. A gilt that's got some length of body. She's got some shape, some thickness out of her hip. She takes a long stride. She wants to get just a little choppy. But what they put her in third for me is right whenever they came at me, she comes in at her knee just ever so slightly there, a little more than the 2 in front of her. But an outstanding gilt there in third hole. Coming out next, I thought this was going to be my class winner whenever he came in. I thought this one was awful good. Really stout and heavy structured and big bladed and still a tall fronted hog that's got a big rib blade in him, super big square hip, and he takes a long flexible stride. But the longer we went, the longer I studied him up there through his front end, he gets a little more forward in his shoulder blade for me. He starts lumbering out of that front end just ever so slightly there. He just got into a really good class, and I love a lot of things about that bear. He's another awful nice bear. Good job, bud. The gilt coming out next is one of those that whenever she hits the ring, she really catches your eye. She's got a slick look kind of look to her up through that front end. She's a long-bodied gilt. She's got a lot of shape and expression to her. Really a thick-ended gilt. Really a good structure gilt as well. She's a little harder in her type. Doesn't have as much condition on her in her elbow pocket there and down her top line, right there in her ham loin. You might like to change her just ever so slightly. She needs to square up just a nickel there. She's not as heavy structured as some of them up above her, but she still has enough bone. But a really, really good gilt there in the 5th hole. The bear coming out next has got that kind of a slick look to him as well. Really a big ribbed, opened up bear that's got a big top, big square hip in him. A really heavy structured hog. He needs to be taller at the point of his shoulders. Whenever I got him out here with the other 5 out there, he's a little shorter, a little smaller, compact kind of a hog. And whenever he comes at you, you just got to be squared up in his front end there whenever he comes at you. But an awful nice bear. The young lady does a good job of driving. The bear coming out next, the young man's got here another bear that catches you good from the side profile. He's got good shape down his top. Got a good hind leg set to this bear. Just whenever he comes at you, he gets a little in at his knee and a little narrowed in the tracking. The one coming out next is another stouter, heavier structure, bigger bladed kind of a hog that's got a big rib cage. Good job. Really big out of her hip, big out of his hip, really stout. Just got to square him up in his knee, clean him up through his front end as well. And as we go, let her mouth. A gilt coming out next. Got a lot of shape and expression. She gets a little tighter in her hip structure as she goes there. The bear coming out next. Big, robust kind of a bear. Needs to be cleaned up through his front end. We got really a good, complete kind of a gilt that needs more shape and expression. Really love the profile, the design, the flexibility, and structure that the bear is going to round out the class. Just got to have more muscle and width to him. Give him a round of applause. Excellent group. Really a deep class there.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Your results from Class 3 Berkshires. First place is Kylie North. Entry number 785 from Walcottville, Indiana, bear weighing 279. Kylie North wins Class 3. Second place is Mason Kitterman from Hartford City, Indiana, gilt weighing 290. Third place was Macy Weimeyer from Columbus, Indiana, entry 1106. Fourth place is Cannon Jones from Greens Fork, Indiana. Fifth place, Noah Kitterman from Hartford City, Indiana. Sixth was Katie Barrett from South Whitney, Indiana. Seventh was Baron Briscoe from Mound Ridge, Kansas. Eighth place, Amity Batt from Salem, Indiana. Ninth was A.J. Richardson, Mount Sterling, Ohio. And 10th place was Logan Beckmeyer from Atwood, Illinois. We're now ready to show for Champion Berkshire. Out of Class 1, your class winner was entry number 256, owned by Vade Dishman from Strong, Indiana, barreling 255. Brady Newhouse from Marion, Indiana, was second in Class 1. Your winner in Class 2 was entry 1045, shown by Leanne Threckle from Warren, Indiana, gilt weighing 274. Lori Newhouse from Marion, Indiana, was second in Class 2. Your winner in Class 3 was entry number 785, shown by Kylie North from Walcottville, Indiana, bear weighing 279. Second in that class was Mason Kitterman from Hartford City, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, these youngsters have had a lot of success here. Anytime you win your class at the North American International Livestock, it's a good day. Please give these kids and the three in the pens a nice round of applause. Chester Whites, Class 1 Chester Whites to the makeup ring, please. Class 1 Chester Whites to the makeup ring.
Well, it is a great honor for these individuals to win a class at the North American and be out here for your champion drive in your Berkshire division. And I think we've got three really tremendously good individuals that come from their weight divisions. We've got the bear that wins the first class, really massive. This one's super bold in that rib shape, really bold in his rib cage, really wide and square out of that hip and takes a long fluid stride. You might like to lengthen him a little bit, maybe square him up down to the ground just ever so slightly there, but truly a powerhouse. It really handles it pretty nicely. We got our Class 2 gilt that, for me, is a pretty unique individual when we started talking about Berkshires. That one there has got some extension, some freshness, got a big top in her, big fresh top coming out of them blades, and really good structurally. Got it really good whenever she comes at you. She ain't tremendously wide, but that one there, you study her from the top part of the blade all the way down to the ground. She's square and true. She takes a long, good stride off her hind legs. She's not tremendously heavy bone, but she's heavy enough bone for me. I think that's the kind of bone we got to have. One thing you might like to change about her, maybe fix her just a little bit in her ham loin, but it's awful nitpicky on a tremendously good gilt there. The young lady's Class 3 bear there, we just talked to him. They're in class, really a tall-fronted, attractive made one, one that has some stoutness to him, some curvature to his ribs, some freshness. He's probably not as shapely as that gilt that we just talked down his top there, but he still has some mass, some width down it. Big square hip in him. He stays square and true. Whenever he comes at you, like I said in class, he's not the but he's not too bad, and he's not super wide, but he's opened up enough for me. He's just a good balanced kind of a hog that puts things together. You like to maybe level him in his rump. He gets a little rounder in his rump, but that may be from that rump structure way it is, that's making him take a little longer, looser stride. But an awful good bear there from Class 3. So when it gets out there for your champion honors, I think it gets close. Nothing give away from the Class 1 bear. That one, I really like a lot of things about that hog. But it's close between the Class 2 and Class 3 for me. Very close in my opinion, and it's in the little nitpicky things. But I think there's one that's a true unique one in my opinion, and that's that Class 2 gilt. She'll be your champion Berkshire.
Congratulations. Your champion Berkshire comes out of Class 2, entry number 1045, shown by
Bring our second place in that class, and a little different type and kind. Like I talked, I thought we had a class winner in that class. Then we had the second and third that we combined together would make our class winner. And this one here is truly a powerhouse, a big bladed, big chested, really thick and massive. He needs to lay his shoulder blade back in him just a little bit, maybe make him just a little looser in his makeup. But still, I think it was very close for your champion honor. The reserve champion is going to be our Class 3. Give that young lady a nice round of applause.
champion Berkshire out of Class 3, entry 785, shown by Kylie North, Walcottville, Indiana, barreling 279. Leanne Trickle wins the Berkshires. Kylie North has the reserve. Chester Whites will be next. Champion Reserve, Champion Burks. We need you guys to go behind the wall on the far side where we checked in, south end of the arena. We need urine samples, please. So if you were Champion Reserve, Burke, we need them right now. Do not go to the trailer. Do not go anywhere. You go to the other end of the barn, around the back wall until we get urine samples, please. We appreciate Ray Hankus here standing right by me, Team Purebred and his crew, Casey Diornellis out here, racing right by Pen 11. Austin Puschel right here next to her. and Madison Langmeyer over by Pen 7. Thank you all for your help, keeping the books and ribbon queens and everything. We appreciate you. Thank you, Ray.
Well, we got two individuals out here in the top two here, and I think we got two individuals that just rise up to the top because they're taller fronted, they're a little more correctly made chesters. It's got some more extension to them. Not that they're heavier muscled or wider or stouter or anything like that, but these two are just for me the more flexible ones that can get out and go. Kind of talking them here. The young lady's gilt here are really extended, good made. Really love the shape and expression and the thickness she has out of her hip there and the curvature to her rib. She stays square and true. You may like to see her take a little longer stride when she gets out and goes, but she still flexes fairly good as she gets out and goes. You might like to change her right there in her front knee, but she still has cushion to her knee whenever she gets out and goes and has good angles to her front end there. The young man's bear is probably the most flexible, the best structured by a long ways in this class. This guy's 230 pounds. Is he thick enough whenever you get into his hip? Does he have enough width to that hip? Does he have enough thickness when you get down and study him the lower portions of his ham there? And that's kind of the questions I've got in my mind. So we've got a 230-pounder over here I think's made awfully well. But you got to have to think in your head, is he thick enough? Does he have enough mass? And you got a gilt there that's weighing 249, 250 pounds, about almost 20 pounds more, that's got more mass to her, but not quite as square and true, not quite as flexible. So it's a toss-up in those areas. It gets very close in my opinion. I'm going to go ahead. It is a market hog show. I'm going to go ahead and use the gilt to win the class and put the bear second today. A very close decision there. Let's give him a nice round of applause. The one coming out next, I kind of lost this guy, and I apologize, young man, for that. And I kind of found you and moved you up here and got you up here in the third place, and that's where you deserve to be. This bear has got some shape and expression to his top. He's got a good hip. He's got one of the better hind legs whenever you get in and study him. He's got some curvature to his rib. He's tall-fronted. We just got to change him up through his front end. He likes to come in at his knee just a little bit there, get a little forward in his shoulder blade just a little bit. We just got to change him in that area. Really opened up, massive one coming out next. Got a big rib, big top, super big square hip. We got to change him on his hind legs as he's going away. He gets a little narrow tracking as he goes away from us. The one coming out next, another stout-made one that's got some shape and muscle, a little rounder out of his hip there. Wants to get his hind leg up underneath him just a little more, but he's got a little more cushion up through his front end, can handle it just a little more. As we roll on down through here, we got a lot of structural issues on down through this class here. We got a lot of width and mass coming out next, the one that's got some shape, really fresh and expressive, good hip. We just got to change him on his hind legs. He gets a little more moderate in his frame size. And as we roll on down through here, we got a gilt coming out next. It's got big blades, a really square top gilt. It's got a lot of squareness to her hip, really stout made, got a big chest in her. She just likes to get outside of herself and push outside of herself. She goes away from you. Really a massive, big-bodied one that gets a little shorter, more compact about his front end, a little shorter body, a little rounder, and gets up underneath himself as well. And as we roll on down through here, we just got structural issues here. We got stoutness, we got muscle, like the Chester breed's known for. We just got to correct them as they get out here and go. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Excellent class.
Thank you, Judge Stouty. Well, congratulations. Your winner in the first Chester White class. Class 1 is Bridget Howlett from Genoa, Illinois, gilt weighing 259, entry number 396. Second place, Noah Enser from Greencastle, Indiana, entry number 295. Third place, Riley Hayden, entry 417, Laurel, Indiana. Fourth place, Morgan Minch from Shirley, Indiana. Fifth place, Laney Hayes from Heltonville, Indiana. Sixth place, Jacob Mesnick from Becknell, Indiana. Seventh is Brianna Noblet from North Vernon, Indiana. Eighth, Jarrett Bailey from Decatur, Indiana. Ninth, Colin Lee Jean from Bedford, Indiana. 10th, Whitney O'Neill from Spencer, Indiana. Congratulations, Bridget Howlett wins Class 1 Chesters. We're now showing Class 2 Chesters. This is the final class of Chesters. They weigh from 249 to 275. After this class, we will show for Chester champion. So I've been giving them the way back weight. Take it all back. I wish I'd have said more to take back on that weight stuff.
Allison or Luke Brinkman?
Allison or Luke Brinkman
Bradford, Ohio.
from Bradford, Ohio. Alice or Luke Brinkman.
I wonder if somebody
Come to the announcer stand if you're here, please.
might be even a horse or anything. Yeah.
Alice or Luke Brinkman. Allison or Luke Brinkman. If you're in the swine barn, come to the announcer stand, please. Allison or Luke Brinkman. Champion Chester will be next. Champion Chester will be next. If you're first or second in the first class, back to the makeup ring, please. Champion Chester will be next.
very close trio up here in the top end, but they're all 3 different types of hogs, so that's what kind of makes it close. But the bear that I opted to use, I'll be the first to admit, I like to change him up in his front pasterns here and bring him up in his pasterns and square him up in his toes. But when you get past that, this one's tremendously busted open. He's very fresh. He's very